But yeah, this is like super vanilla. I am like vegan by choice. No, I need. Well, I mean, my other server was vanilla, right? But this is like um not very advanced yet. I'm changing settings. Let me know if the FOV makes you. This is my farm. This is where I get all my food because I've sworn off meat in this world. Oh, um, who is? I guess it changes. Oh no, it's nighttime. Oh no, it's even worse than nighttime. It's a thunderstorm. Um, my friend is building the house, and I am going to terraform the outside of the house, aka do nothing. Unless there are any requests, I'll take requests. Oh, there's drops enabled. I don't know. If drops are available, they can be dropped, but I didn't know that there were drops. What drop did I get? Tap the box to claim. I got a cape. What did I get? If you're watching, you can get a builder cape, a spear emote, Hubbo's Realm SMP RPG, and the parched hoodie. I guess you can get all that stuff. I don't really care for those things. But okay. Uh I'm just dilly-dallying. So far we just ow, the tree just maybe I'll build a tree. Oh, I can't build a tree. I don't even have shears. I don't have iron like that. E3 jokes might be a little bit off because I can't see too good in this dark room. 63. These jokes are plant puns and flower funnies. These jokes are blooming hilarious. Question. Did you see the cactus in the tuxedo? This one's bad. You're gonna hate this. Question. Did you see the cactus in the tuxedo? Yes, that's correct. It was looking sharp. But aren't cacti usually pointy? Next question. Which flower grows right under your nose? Question: which flower grows right under your nose? Is this thing on? Question: which flower grows right under your nose? Tulips. Although there are no. Wait, there are tulips. There are tulips in Minecraft. Seems like that was not the best joke because I got axed. Question: what do trees put on before swimming? Question: what do trees put on before swimming? Answer: their trunks. Very good, very good. Okay, yeah. There were 3 on that page, so. Okay. I'm not planning to be very helpful. I'm planning to just walk around. I should go get some tulips, like 2 lips that are under your nose, except unless you're looking upside down at somebody's face, then it's 2 eyebrows, which is a little weird. Who would do something like that? But I'm a farmer. This is my farm. There was a villager trying to help me take care of my farm, but he doesn't know how to take care of the farm, and he kept trampling the crops. So he's no more. In my opinion, how much mac and cheese would it take to drown someone? Um, I'm gonna have to ask an expert. I don't eat much mac and cheese, so I wouldn't have a good answer on this one. Maybe Lucy Goosey can chime in. Yeah, there we go. That's a good answer. Better than one that I could have given. I don't know much. Unless this is a Minecraft riddle. Wait, so I think I need to get iron. The holes, like the holes in the back. I'm going this way. I'm going this way in search of some iron. How much iron do you have? Is she listening? Iron do you have? I'm a pacifist, so I can't make an iron golem farm, unfortunately. I think it's possible that, like, if you're really lucky, the macaronis could be in this an arrangement where they like create some kind of pseudo straw. But you'd have to be pretty lucky. Is it lag? Oh, I'm getting a text. Oh yeah, Steam Deck doesn't have good mic or much text typing ability. I was planning to post this VOD to YouTube on my YouTube channel, and it'll just be like very, very dry and drab, mundane Minecraft. Mundane Minecraft. It could be the series called Mundane Minecraft, where I just walk around and don't accomplish anything. Maybe I go find some iron or something. I want to build a tree, but to build a tree, I need shears. And to shear, I need iron. Huh? Mundane Minecraft adventure mode? I've never I've played a few adventure maps before. They were, I would say they're a little bit more than mundane. Whoa. And iron. It's okay. I can get a little bit more too. Oh, I have a shovel. Since I am going to be what's it called? Using a lot of iron for shear. Like I said, I'm not really a big expert at mac and cheese. It's like a big bowl of mac and cheese, but you're like as small as an ant, and you need to. Oh no, it's getting late, and I don't have a bed. Have to navigate your way through the mac and cheese without drowning. You have to crawl through the mac and avoid the cheese. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Ah. Ah, I forgot my bed. As he proceeds to leave again without his bed. Yeah, that's a good. I think that's good. It's like I could kill two birds with one stone. I can get some free um below par content for my YouTube, and I can also play Minecraft. But also that means that I would never stream Minecraft with like a face camera on, because I don't I I believe Minecraft gameplay on YouTube should be separated from the. There shouldn't be a face camera. Ooh, I'm a vegan. I can't stand for that. think. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe I could have called. Hello?
My really loud speaker is on.
Oh,
Oh my god.
wait. I can hear myself?
Yeah, I'm turning it off. Let's
Thanks. Yeah, I was going off to find more iron because I feel like I'm going to use iron to get leaf. But also, you should stay at near the base because I'm lost otherwise. Um.
There we go.
Oh, there's a demon.
I don't think you should hear yourself anymore.
Yeah, I can't. I
Okay,
got a
good.
single bone. Killing
Oh,
the
you found a
undead.
bone?
Yeah, I killed a skeleton.
By the way, do you want the cords for the oh my god, what is it called? The big cave thing I found earlier?
Did you investigate it and get a lot of iron?
I did find 10 iron there, but I didn't investigate further because I came back to build the house.
Wait, actually, maybe I should just dig a mine. Maybe I'll do that.
That's so valid.
Or oh, like you're there, but the waypoint is so small. I'm so rich in food. Does killing skeletons count as breaking my pacifist vow?
They're already dead. So like
We had a pretty good philosophical philosophical discussion earlier about if you can it being a being a vegan in real life you're not supposed to eat because of egg related animal cruelty or something. I don't I don't know the exact details because I'm not a vegan, but am I going in the right direction? But in Minecraft, the the chicken just like lays the egg and walks away. But can you use the egg to craft a cake and eat the cake? Because there's a 1 in 14th chance that that egg could have become a baby chicken if you threw it on the ground. And one framing of the question is that because at like the RNG is only decided when you throw the egg. So since you're not throwing the egg, it's okay. But oh, creeper. The
it
other
still
side of
came out.
things is that by eating it's just the other thing is that it would you're um being a you're possibly eating baby chicken. It's like making cake with balut, which I guess something they don't do because it affects the taste. Also, I'm like I overshot. Oh, I overshot. Okay. You know, maybe I shouldn't just post the uncut VOD to back. I think I'm getting closer because the dot is big. How did I end up on the other side of the lake? Oh, did I swim?
You did get clay or something, right?
Oh yeah, I went across some ocean. There, somewhere around here. I'm back. I'm just gonna go down into the mud.
When I first started playing Minecraft, I didn't know you could like check your coordinates or anything, and I would always build like a really tall tower so I wouldn't get lost. Should we
Oh,
build a
oh,
tower?
that's actually a good idea. Maybe we should do that.
Tower for the village.
Like, I'm gonna get out of render distance. I know. Back. Why? How did I get like on the other side of the hill? Hey, there's a dog over here. Dogs.
Gee, we
But
only
we
have
have,
one bone though.
yeah,
I don't
there's
know if
only a
the
single.
probability's low. Oh my god. I accidentally changed my POV and now I don't know how to change it back.
I'm back.
Shit.
I'll put this bone in this chest out here.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt to play Minecraft from this angle. I don't know how to change it now.
This cooked cod, I didn't kill the fish. They spawned in the chest, so I took it. Will now make a mine. I will make a mine underneath the pumpkin arch. I think it's a good
Oh, you're
marker. Oh, my pickaxe broke. I guess I'm done mining for now.
I have pickaxe if you desire pickaxe.
That's okay. I just crafted like 3. I
Mm.
should take. Everything's breaking. I don't have anything. I feel so poor compared to my other server. They never catch me some mundane Minecrafting, like mining. And at this point, crafting. I need torches. But first, does anybody remember the ideal level to iron for mine for iron?
Like 16? No. Yeah. Maybe? I don't know. I'm sure. Maybe I
Okay,
just like the number 16 though.
ow.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Um.
trying to figure out how to I accidentally changed to like this like the mode where you're looking at yourself playing.
Oh, you have to like
And
you
I
have
was
to
trying to
like
figure out what control to undo that.
look. You have to like look at the ground or something.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was like, I know on my computer I just press F4, but like I don't know what key that is on my Steam Deck. So,
Yeah, 16 or 12, I think. All right. I should get some armor, but I can't make armor out of lead.
Hopefully, I'll encounter at least mine, one ore vein of iron on the way. Putting it at the. Yes, more coal to make. Another thing that's really helpful is getting scaffolding, but considering how everything around us is more coal, like I guess I should get it as a my pickaxe. A lot of coal. 48. 2. Then we get to do my favorite part. Mine back up and build a staircase down. Make a mine. Staircasing or making a stair it actually out of stairs. One of those things that kind of irritating, but I think it makes your life a lot better in the long run. Also, as a professional Minecraft player.
I've just accepted that I have to learn how to play like this now. I can't figure it out.
Want me to look it up? You look it up.
No, I've customized all my controls,
Oh,
and the button that that's supposed to work isn't working, so I'm just gonna figure it out later. But I'm kind of getting the hang of it, I think maybe.
ChatGPT says 16. So if I'll mine at 16, and if it's wrong, I'll be very sad. I use it as an example of why we can't trust AI. My pickaxe. Is Obtuse still there? When are we gonna do our 24-hour stream? That everybody has been so patiently. Everybody has been asking. Everybody's been like, when are they going to do their 24-hour? I said 60. Did I say 60? Now we will go this way. Strip mining. Okay, yeah. Whenever, I guess it's up to me. I will have to let you know then. Honestly, for me, I can't just grind a FT for 12 hours, so I gotta, like, plan some stuff out too. Whoa, there's a cavernous cavern here. Oh no. I didn't plan to explore a cave. I just wanted to strip mine. I'm just gonna ignore that there's a there's a cave. I'm just gonna ignore it. Had to find some iron. I would like at least one stack of iron.
I fixed it.
Nice.
Yeah.
What button was it?
It was that I thought it was supposed to be F4, but it was actually supposed to be F5, so I was pressing the wrong button the whole time.
Oh yeah, it's F. Sorry. I thought you
No, so
had custom bound it
moving my,
to
like,
F4.
shaders or whatever.
Hmm?
It was like toggling my shaders or whatever, so I thought that my stuff was like glitching.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
Yes. I have free cam, but not on this one. F4 is free cam for me.
Mm.
Oh, here. Glow lichen. Too bad I can't pick up the glow lichen.
Like it.
Crazy, I can't even make iron pickaxe to mine with. I hear skeleton.
Wait, why can't you make an iron pickaxe? I have 10 iron.
But I can't leave. I have to get iron before I come back.
Oh, like a self-imposed rule. Got you.
Yeah. Where is subtitles? Uh, title. Subtitle. Chat settings.
an accessibility thing.
Accessibility. Closed caption. Yes. Oh. Oh my ravine. Oh my scary enemies. Ah. Stop it.
Oh, it's night. Jesus. Did you bring a bed?
I'm mid confrontation.
Okay. I'm in the house. That's fine.
I can sleep. I can't sleep. There are monster nearby.
It's fine. I'm in the house, so I won't die.
About to get you. I got him. I got another bone. Okay, I'm ready. I'm
Have you ever
sleeping
made
now.
2 skeletons kill each other?
Yes.
My favorite method.
I don't know what difficulty this. I think it feels like either feels like medium or
Oh my god.
definitely not hard, or else I would have died to that.
For sure.
Iron ore. Wait, I'm so rich. Gold. Can I mine gold with a stone pickaxe?
I
Let's
don't
find
think you
out.
can.
I can't.
I lost emeralds earlier.
Oh, then I guess I'm not getting it. Says as he has like 12 iron. Oh, time to sleep. Oh wait, my bed's with me. Nice and bright in this. Why is it so bright? That's creepy. I've got 20 iron. It is really bright in this cave. More iron. I hear dangerous noises. Whoa. It's sliced up. More iron. That's creeper. Ooh. Yeah, blow up over there. There. There's a witch? Why is there a witch in here? Ah, I'm poisoned. What the hell? Stop throwing poison at me, bro. Okay, anyway. That's dangerous. It's scary. It's scary. I'm going back. Oh, floating. Now we can make a sign glow. Oh, get out of here. That's one phrase I've never understood. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Is that real? Why are we blowing up a popsicle stand? Like we could. I hear another skeleton crawling around. Of course. There are bad things in here. Oh, there are lots of bad things in here. Wow. Yeah, these guys are weak. What is this? Easy mode? You know, I don't mind. I don't care. I played enough hard mode. More iron. More coal. Oh, gunpowder. Sometimes I feel like if I press my mouse harder, I'll mine faster. And then my...
glass in a blast furnace, right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, the Woowa thing?
Fend_Ruby. Thanks for following.
Thanks for following, Fend_Ruby. Ever since we hit 100 followers, we've just been getting richer. The rich get rich phenomenon. Wanna look at that dude? I saw this clip on TikTok of Enderman and the Enderman and the player being in love, but they hurt each other. Can't physical contact. What am I talking about? Don't worry about it. We're almost at our goal of 64 iron, so I can go back to this. This area is scaring me. I'm not gonna go. Bad vibe. Where did I come from? Must have come from up here. Okay, but then from there I came from here? No, I'm just lost. Oh, iron. Oh, oh, I'm so lost. Why did I get lost? Maybe I came from this. Oh, iron? Ah, it's dangerous. Not worth it. Maybe I came from this direction. Oh, I did. Okay, good. Just how many more do? 6 more iron.
It's night.
Night.
Mm-hmm. The house is coming together.
Wait, when you make your VOD, do you like it post it?
Hmm?
I'm talking to obtuse cat.
Mm-hmm.
When you make your VOD, do you like edit it, cut things out, or you? I like to let my audience sit in silence. They feel uncomfortable. Oh my god, it's a drop. Yeah, it is all me. That's why I have 100. That's why I'll never make it big. Where's my pickaxe? What happened to my pickaxe? Yeah. True dedication. But that still requires at least as long as your VOD of viewing time to like edit out those parts. So that's still pretty dedicated. Nah. Or you just listen, you just kind of like play games and listen to it, and then... Oh, you mean like actual like pauses and like stuff, like a "we'll be right back" kind of breaks. Like if you're cutting out any, if it's for like TikTok brain people, like wow, that's a lot of editing. But if it's just like, oh, I see, if it's just like long breaks, then I guess not. But yeah, getting that entire thing rendered and posted, that's what takes a while too. My pickaxe. You said the house is coming together?
Yeah.
Like done?
I have walls up. I'm working on the second floor now.
And somebody else who's working on the second floor of their house. Wait, unironically, my second floor of my house is being worked on because it's flooding. That was an unintended joke. Let's get rid of this. Okay, I'm free to return to the surface.
Yay, I'm making glass.
I'm free.
I'm making the second floor like a sunroom, so it's gonna have like a glass. It's gonna have a glass window for the roof, and it's gonna have big windows on the sides,
Nice.
like a Four Seasons room vibes.
Oh, what's room?
The second floor. It's gonna have like a Four Seasons room where you can like see all around, you know, glass. But you're still inside. And then
Is that what
it's
they
gonna
call
have
it?
the entryway to the porch, which is gonna have the pool that was requested.
They call it a Four Seasons room?
Yeah. So you can see all of the seasons while being inside.
Yeah, actually, like mining back up, but only having to do one block instead of 3 blocks. So much easier. I'm almost to the surface already.
Let's see your little tag.
Noises.
I want to put moss on the cobblestone, but I don't know. Do you like get cobbles? Do you get like cobblestone that already has moss on it, or do you put moss on cobblestone?
You can put vines on cobblestone, but we don't have vines.
Right, right.
Oh no, the water. Oh no. Who could have predicted this would happen? Oh well, okay, I'm back.
Welcome, welcome home. I need to put lights in here, actually.
Oh yes, it's looking like a house with like
Yeah.
walls.
Well, that it's giving house.
Wow, my crops are fully grown too.
Yeah.
Let me. I have my own hole, I guess. Oh, but I only have this smoker. I have a furnace here.
Oh yeah, by the way, the glass does not smell in the blast furnace.
Oh,
I do
sorry.
have a blast though,
Oh, can I use the
so
blast
it's
furnace?
available. Yeah, it's in here. One sec. Oh, I just accidentally threw it. You can also take it. Oh, you're not in here.
I'm here.
Put it there,
Thank you.
of course.
We're so rich now.
The view from the lanai of the farm is quite good.
Such a ordered looking farm. I think I should make it look more like a field or something.
Oh, I keep forgetting I have like shaders on, so I'm also looking at your screen too.
Yeah,
It looks different.
this is vanilla. Ugly,
Mhm.
ugly vanilla.
I have a resource pack that makes my crops look fun.
Do they like blow in the wind or something?
Yeah, they just look realistic.
Why
You
didn't
can,
this tree? Oh, it's connected to that tree.
fences.
I can turn these into dry leaves.
Oh, so much glass. Oh,
I'm trying to find how to make the pile of leaves. It just said I unlocked the recipe. I think it lied. I have to. Oh.
oh, I forgot I was doing that.
Tree. Pear tree. Tree.
This corner of the house is kind of being eaten by this hill.
At this corner here.
Yeah, the one I'm at.
Oh, I'm gonna push this.
Beauteous.
My shovel.
Oh, night. Do you have another door, or do you just have? Did you just have the one?
I just had the one. Upgrade. Like a oh, a little dark in here.
Yeah, I have another resource pack that makes it so that it's always light for me, so I kind of forget
Wait,
that I
but
need
what about the
torches.
mobs?
Hmm?
I will.
Yeah, I know. I looked up at your screen and saw how dark it was, and I was like, wait. I
I
also
just
only have one torch. That's my drawback right now.
there you can have some of the.
Can we make lanterns? What else do we need to make those lanterns?
Iron. Wait, can make irons.
I put a pressure plate.
I've been using it.
Hell yeah. I'll put one on the outside after I put the like fence on our porch.
pushed back further. My shovel. Put the iron in here. Okay. More shovel. Well, I kind of want to try out a javelin or a spear. I've never tried one of those before. I think it's just diagonal. How do I?
Isn't it like fishing? Wait, no, I did this either.
How do I use it?
Is it like throwing an egg? Because you have to throw it, right?
There's like a charge. You can like charge. I have to be running.
No, is it like charging like you like it says you like charge an arrow, like when you're loading an arrow?
Then when I release it, it just goes back to. If I like run, does it do damage? Oh, it
Oh my
does.
god,
Sorry.
dude.
Oh, I see. Okay, that one's just like the. um, you just like run and it hits them.
That's it?
Yeah, like you just run and you just hold it out with right click and then it does damage. I didn't know that.
Oh, it's almost night. How tall did I make the first floor? 4?
Think I will. Man. Oh, I'm so close by now. You.
Sorry.
No, no, it's okay. I think the path should come out
You could
here
make it skinnier and longer.
and drop down here. And then go up the mountain on up this back. I also need to. I will borrow this furnace.
Totally fine.
There's glass in it. I stole your
Um,
experience.
There's glass in all of them. Sorry.
Here, have some glass.
I have no empty slots in my
Okay.
inventory.
I'm gonna go put it in my YOLO chest out here.
Thanks. I feel like a pool would be ugly here. I think I'll put it here secretly. Whoa, what's happening over here with all the cobblestone?
That's my retaining wall.
I like it. It's great. I'm not really good at making I'm not really good at terraforming in the sense that I can't make it look like it was supposed to look like that originally. You know what I mean?
Me too. I feel like I'm not that good, but I've spent more time doing this than building houses.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job. I said that because I was like, I don't think it would look that natural if I tried.
Did you make lanterns?
Not yet. But I do desire lanterns.
What's happening?
That's fine. Oh, I just realized my character is starting.
Sorry, I can make lanterns. I think it's like iron?
For sure, iron.
Like iron.
And then I think you put a torch too. I actually do randomly have 9 iron nuggets.
Do we need might not need iron. What? Lantern.
I feel like
Oh, it's weird. Wait, it's so expensive.
what is it? That's why when we saw them earlier, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe they have so many lanterns. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah. You can have
Oh, I
6.
think about the key I accidentally pressed earlier. Wow, amazing.
You can have these lanterns that I've made. Oh, cool. It says that you're above. There's like a white arrow pointing up. That means you're above me. Yeah. 6 lanterns. Oops, it went back. 6.
Oh, I forgot I have no inventory slots. Do you want to take my iron nuggets?
Yeah. can make one lantern with.
Yeah. What all did you need? You needed 9 of them, or you
Need
needed 8 of them.
8,
Rounding
yeah.
out.
Which makes it weird. So you have a weird number of. You have like a single iron nugget hanging around whenever you make.
Yeah.
Here, I made another lantern.
Oh,
I have this lantern.
did I just tell you? Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I have a good idea for it here. Okay, I'm gonna do this first.
Why 6?
I need to build a chest so I have like inventory space. Getting ridiculous.
Is B. I have innovation. I need an axe. Getting paid.
Oh, oh, I can't tell if it looks better or ugly, but we're gonna go with that. Oh, what's that?
Oh, waking up. Oh no, waking up at like to go to thing at 9:30 tomorrow.
Oh, I forgot. Are we actually doing 9:30? Because this isn't like other. It's just Jenny, right? Like,
I think it said 9:30 though.
ugh.
Uh,
We'll see.
Okay. The desire path. Oh no. Yeah, Java. Hello. But that. I should keep those. Those are valuable iron nuggets. There's just this bell that's in the way now. I need some. I need some mossy cobble. But issue is we don't have much moss to cobble with. Moss to cobble with cobble? Yeah. I have 10. I will use them. Sparingly. Like, pretty mossy. Down here. Oh, did you get disconnected?
It just told me that you left the game, but I'm still playing.
Oh. Oh, looks like I crashed. How unfortunate. Well, it shouldn't take me that long to.
Oh my gosh, I just had a great idea for the pool.
Oh.
Hmm.
I'm like, um, I'm modifying the server a little bit.
It's almost night.
Cat, hey, you're digging your claws into. Stop it! No.
Oh, I got excited because I thought you were talking about a cat in Minecraft, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have fish.
No, cat in real life. Time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I was disconnected. Now I am unconnected. Wait, so what were you saying your idea is?
Okay, so I'm gonna you know like a moat. I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do it as like okay. So wait, hold on. Let me get outside. So I'm on like I have like the upper porch, right? And then I have the front fenced off so you don't fall off. But then the sides I'm gonna have open, and then I'm gonna have the pool do like a little donut around the back of the house, like a moat, but in the air.
Oh, wait, did you need more space back here?
like like a lazy river of pool. It's gonna be skinny, so like it'll be like uh 3 wide-ish probably.
Oh,
But I think if you're high enough off the ground, it should be fine, right?
like, three behind the house, but like not on the ground.
Yeah,
I
like up
see.
here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were saying we wanted a pool on the second floor, right? This was Lucy's request.
Yes.
Lucy Goosey.
She here? Has she even seen what the house looks like?
I don't know. She can see what the house looks like. Nathan and they're still here talking.
I hear them a little bit time to time. I'm gonna go home already. Getting late.
I
Go
keep almost
tomorrow.
falling. Oh, this corner looks cool. Your what did you call it? Something retention
My
wall.
deteriorating retaining wall.
It looks good. I need dirt. Do I have dirt? I do.
I have dirt. Lots of dirt.
I have a stack. I just didn't know where it was. Ooh. I guess for the pool to be 3, this needs to be 4. Ooh. Maybe make it 2. Yeah. Ooh. We just cleared the retaining wall, I'm not gonna lie. I guess the corner doesn't need to be.
Wow, it's like we're at the same elevation now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at this corner, I'm like,
Bye, Mia.
we're just barely clearing this wall, but I think fine.
Goodbye,
It's
Mia.
almost like a clear situation.
I'm talking to my cat. She was here. Now she's leaving.
How much damage am I about to take? I'm gonna fall, don't yep. What if I were to put a post right here? How would you feel about that?
That's fine.
Just this spot right here.
Wait. Where? Right there?
Just right this block where I'm standing.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So, actually,
Perf.
because my wall bends around this way, but there's kind of actually more of a reason.
Yay!
My
I
spoon
just
keeps.
realized having a corner floating would be kind of weird.
Oh, I actually need a spoon. Have to path the ground up. Uh.
I need to see what this looks like from down there. Mhm. Maybe Decided I don't like the posts.
Wait, this post too?
That one can be there. It just looks really ugly up here because there's like not a lot of space for that, you know.
It's okay. I'm gonna plan to move the farm.
But still, it kind of, I don't know. Maybe it'll look better here. I'm gonna finish building like the actual room up there. I think it just looks weird because there's like no rest of house.
Way here, and I needed to turn those. Hello, Mayor Peanut. How's it going? Playing Minecraft today. Um, this is. I've been terraforming outside the house. She's been making the house. Ah,
Do you have wood?
I have 7.
Okay. Oh wait. Did you just put these here? Or were they already here?
Those were. I just put those there.
Ah, I see.
You can take them.
Oh, I don't. I don't need to take them if you don't want me to. I could just go cut down some trees.
I can. Oh, I need wood too. Here, have these 9.
Thanks, King.
Oh, this is a different server. It's my
If I
chill
put a pressure
server.
plate- oh, sorry.
I'm a pacifist on this server. It's not a new run, it's more just like unrelated to the other run. Say.
If I put a pressure plate on the outside, can mobs get in via the pressure plate, or do like only we?
Yes, I think they can get in.
Okay, I was pretty sure that's why I didn't put one out there.
Yeah, farm life. This is the nice. It's nice, to take a break from all the craziness of min maxing once in a while. Although I do love my min maxing. Sometimes we have to take a break to enjoy this simple farming life and sleep. Getting dark.
Indubitably.
What was your streak at though? Oh, nice. How kind of you to break your streak.
Oh, it's night, huh?
Wait, how could they be the one true fan if their streak broke? That's okay. I know that Bear Peanut is a real fan. The only person to actually be distraught when lane streaming is not. What if I accidentally ate too close to the house and just stripped a piece of wood? See, that's dangerous.
I did that earlier. That's why. That's why I said that. That's why I said I have a problem when I eat. I always have to look at this at the sky.
Did you need more wood? Sorry, I got distracted doing something. I don't know exactly what I was literally doing
I
nothing.
do need wood for sure.
Yeah, you can strip wood like so. Yeah.
Left click.
One of the unfortunate things because you can't like undo it. So it's just done for.
Yeah.
So if you're working on something and you just go through and just start right clicking, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's like a nice. It has like a greenish hint to it, but it matches well with like logs because it's also green. But it is kind of like more barfy color than.
I've literally never used it in a build. Like never had an actual use for it except accidentally doing it.
It's more. I think it's more of like an exterior thing because it's like feels like it's just like deteriorating.
Yeah, true.
Or if you're really good, I guess you can use it in your interiors. You have to be a real colored color matching pro or something.
Mm.
I built this nice windy path up, but the desire path is just what do they call it? The desire path, also
Yeah.
known as the happy trail. You go down this way. Like you don't want to actually take the path that I think that's not only yeah, no tree breaking fix, no log feller mod. And there's just I don't know. No matter what you do, you're always gonna want to take the shorter path. So you might as well make the path windy. Then when people come through and they tour your build, they'll take the expected path and they wow, look at that. Okay, I have 36 pieces of wood.
Yay.
Oh, desire path, also known as happy trail, also known as pleasure path. Somebody else was talking about the pleasure path. I'm coining the term happy trail. I'm sure it's not being used for any other meaning. That's okay. I'm not really enjoying the way that this path of part of strip or this part of the path is looking. Cover it. AQ level, AQW level, it's the same. I haven't played since that. Wait, did I say 93.25 or something? Something like that. It took me like half an hour to get 1/4 of a level on 2 times experience. So actually, it's not that bad.
Okay.
It's not like as bad as I thought it would be. But it's not like I'm suffering like a Maple Story player. Oh, I can't really complain. And then I have to think of what to build. Oh man, I don't. I'm still training in I'm completing quests in Shadow Battle on. I I think that's like the move. I I feel like you um I think so. I mean, the people who are in the chat were saying that it's better, and I mean, I enjoy that you like your experience bar like slowly creeps up while you're killing them, and then you just get these like big chunks when you turn in the quest. I enjoy that, but I mean, like the chunks are getting smaller and smaller because the levels are scaling. upwards. Like before, like turning in 200 medals would give me like 20% or something, but now it's like 5% or 1% if it's on times experience. Yeah. I don't really want to build a nice tree because it's spruce tree. Spruce tree. Also, where would it go? Not really a place around here for a tree. It had to be like maybe I just cheat. Oh no. It's him. Wait, I'm gonna get him with a spear. I'm gonna get him with a spear.
What is that? A pillager?
The pillager.
Hmm. I thought I saw a pillager earlier, but it was just your cape.
Oh,
You were walking.
but now this is real. These guys are not animals, so I can take them out. Wait, where'd he go? Oh my god, there's lots of them. I hear them all. Ah,
Oh my god. Do you need a shield? I have one.
no. Ah. Oh no, I didn't do any damage. Ah. Wait, what? I run at him? I run at him and I do damage. Ah, yeah, shoot your friend. Ah. Oh. 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 Aha.
Oh no, just no, they're attacking me too. Oh my god, I need to go back inside.
Wait, they're attacking you. Ah.
Yeah, because I went outside. I've let myself fall a few times while I'm building because I don't really because I'm just building things. But that means that like 2 shots that got me almost killed me.
Wait. Ha. 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 Ooh. Yeah, get shot or just get jousted, boy. Anyway, I better put up this
Is that
ominous
a door in the back of the
banner.
house? Oh no, you're at a different house.
They don't know, or so they know that this area is not safe for them to attack, because we will defend our village. Not safe for them to attack. It's not. They don't have free reign of this place because we will defend it, and
Our territory.
they will be stabbed by me. Lane streaming, lane Minecrafting. Does it increase my speed too? No, that's just my imagination.
Well, it's almost night.
It's night.
Bruh. Okay, I'll go sleep. Sorry.
How was your day off? Nice. Would it be crazy if I drank this bad omen bottle right now?
Dude,
Yes, it would be.
I'm trying to build a moat. Okay, a sky moat.
Hemming pants? You gotta leave that to the professionals. Just wear them like. Just wear them long.
I hate trying to place corner stairs so bad.
Is there a cave here? Why?
Our villagers have no sense of danger.
We have villagers still?
No. Just like the way that the town was built. I feel like there's been a few. Like we came into the town and there were like 3 people in a bucket.
Oh yeah, and then they just stayed in the. Oh, to be fair, I blocked off. Like they were in the bucket, and to prevent them from jumping out, I like put this piece of dirt over the bucket, and then that led to them all getting eaten by the zombies. But I don't feel bad.
The bean. I do enjoy that you said you were a pacifist.
I am a
because you're not
pacifist. For, like
Because
animals.
you're not eating meat, but you did indeed slaughter some villagers.
Okay, they were causing me issue. Though you know what? They were killing my plants, which makes them bad.
Bro, I cannot place this one corner step. It's pissing me off.
It makes them worse than people who eat Minecraft animals because they're why is that? Because they're trampling my crops. And I'm doing my best to be a pacifist, and they're just like making it impossible by killing my crops. Also, they unordered the lines of my farm. That's automatic execution. I turned these into spruce wood, but actually, I'm not gonna be using those to make a tree. I don't want to make a spruce tree.
Oh my god. How good are you at putting corner stairs down?
I'm really good.
Can you come put a corner step here? I've literally tried to do this like 10 times.
Where?
Hello, thank you. Right. I realize that you can't see my screen. Actually, it's that spot there.
I think you need.
Such
You can't.
that.
I think you need to be connected to another step to
Oh,
make a
so I like
corner
need
step.
to destroy. Oh my god.
Ah, pranked. Like that. But I'm pretty sure when I break this one, it's gonna go back. Yeah. They can do this.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. Then we can do that then.
Okay. Professional Minecrafter out.
Thank you.
I should make a pumpkin toady.
Yes. I wanted to make jack-o'-lanterns earlier, but no, we need like shears? Was that what it was?
Yeah. Oh, we have shears. I have many shears now. By many I mean 2.
I feel like I'm making an irrigation system, but it's just a swimming pool.
I'm about to pull an awesome prank.
What are you about to do?
You're not like attached to any of the houses around here, right?
No.
Okay.
I like almost never build my houses next to a village.
Oh.
I just like steal all of their stuff. Sometimes I'll
Sorry.
trap a few villagers.
Yeah.
So I'm not attached to the village houses at all.
We probably, I guess maybe we shouldn't have built our house next to the village because then the villagers are always being loaded in, and then there's more chance for the zombies to kill. So if we ever need to do villager stuff, we have to go to another village and
That's fine. We
watch
can
this.
venture.
This is like really good prank. A really good prank.
Dude. Oh my god. The houses I built with like the same materials, so I keep looking up and thinking that you're about to blow up my stuff.
Oh, it's a flower pot and a mushroom. Why did I do that? I don't even. Um, I did that purely out of pacifism.
Sure.
That's what pacifists do. Do I need any of the items? I broke them and I'm just gonna let them despawn. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Go down to the bottom.
Oh, right? No.
Now. Oh, stop. That's not how you place stairs.
Have you gotten more trees?
Trees?
Trees, perchance.
Like oh wow, this is the ugliest possible spruce sapling that could
Oh, I have 36, and never mind, I just didn't see them.
wait, like trees
Eventually,
or
I will need more, but
wood?
no, I have 36, just like wood.
Okay.
Logs. That's what I was
This
gonna say.
tree is very ugly. Also, it turned everything to podzol. Oh well. Um, I'm taking it down. I don't like it.
Plant it somewhere else. Ah, I was encroached.
This is the min-max way to take down a. You climb up the trunk this way.
Oh, this is how I do it too.
Yes, the
Yay.
most efficient way, but it works better with the diamond, a diamond axe. Not slow with iron. Climb all the way up.
Oh, I
Get to the top. There's only like 10 of leaves here. Then you stand in the middle of all four, and then you spin down. And then I put down another sapling. Take the pleasure path. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's almost night. I do this one.
Oh. Is that my fan? Ooh. How do those guys like dash in midair? Like that didn't do anything.
I feel like you did.
Like it didn't make me like dash forward.
No, it just looks like you're running.
Yeah. Wait, maybe there's some villagers that survived up here. Hello?
Oh, I forgot about this part of our village.
Hello, villagers.
Hmm.
Come out wherever you are. I'm a nice guy. Okay, I think they're all gone. They migrated. This is a guy in here. Nope. I'll have to move this farm at some point. But seems like a later issue. I think my next order of business is. Oh no! I accidentally stripped the log. Oh god! Oh no! My next order of business is micromat. Are you okay? Do you need help?
Well, no. I mean, you
Okay.
can help if you desire.
Okay. I will help.
Okay, I need this wall here, this log wall that I put this dirt next to, needs to finish off around the house, like the way it is on this side. I got like I think I got like halfway, and then I ran out of logs earlier.
You want this to be a piece of wood?
Yeah, I just ran out of things. But I'm deciding whether or not I want to put one like a post with a light on the corners. I think I want to.
Okay. So I go this way.
Yeah.
It stays at the same height.
Yeah. It's just that the pool gets a little deeper because up here the pool is
Okay.
just one block, you know? And then I was
Yeah.
like,
Like
well, your pool.
So this one, should it be a pillar or should it be
It can, yeah, a pillar is fine. The one, when I had the pillars in the front, it looked really weird. So I didn't put them. And I'm gonna see what looks better later. I need to go downstairs.
No. Wait, it's the time to use the new. No, it's actually not the time to use mine. Okay, I've done the task.
Thanks. If you can think of a way to make this pillar look less fugly, then
Oh
that's
yes.
all.
Um. Yeah, I
It just
can.
looks kind of skinny, but if you make it like 4, then it's like too fat too. Oh, maybe a barrel under as the like pillar, the bottom of the pillar would be fine. I don't know.
I'm going to do that.
Hold on, I just need these here for a second so I can place this when they're going away.
Let's see. What can I do down here? I can.
I have to do this around the whole perimeter if you desire to put dirt blocks on underneath all the logs for a sec. Oh, my axe is gone. I need to go craft an axe. BRB.
She'll take care of that.
I like the tree, the addition of the little plant on the crafting table.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot I have iron in my inventory right now.
Oh wait, there actually is a purpose for the stripped logs. I'm looting this chest.
Can you make
There's
something
nothing
with
to
it?
loot. Did you end up using those shelves?
I keep putting them in places to see if they look right, but it's like they're like too close to the color of the floor. You know what I mean?
I see.
Could be. Wait. It could be good here. Hold on. Actually, I think I just found a purpose for them. Ideal. We'll see. We'll see.
Um.
Oh, maybe. I think that looks weird. Where's
And then this is when you strip the log here. You? Maybe you don't.
No. I thought you were joking. If you make a barrel is like closer to the color of spruce, it'll look good instead of doing the shutters around the bottom, you know?
Yeah, and it also
Like
killed my what's it called? Oh, I don't have a pickaxe anymore. What is with everybody's pick? Oh, there it is.
I decided I actually don't like it in the place that I thought I was going to, so that's Oh, but they're shelves, right? That's what you said they were?
Yeah, there's shelves.
They can go on this big blank wall. You know?
Yep.
Beautiful.
We need.
I feel like maybe I should put a window in this room. I was like, why does it look so weird in here? It's just a cave.
Okay, here's a barrel. Barrels are weird things to craft too. Oh, I don't. Oh, there's my axe.
Yeah, but you can store things in them, which is fun.
That's not.
What's not good? Oh, yeah.
That.
Mm. Why? I totally thought they were darker. It's fine. Also, we could also do a cobble pillar instead because the house is also cobblestone. That could be good.
Cobble pillar.
And then, oh, but then we'd have to disguise the top too. I don't know.
Oh, this tree looks way better. It's the Christmas tree variant.
It's very pokey. Enjoy.
This one will stay.
Dude. I'm going to place this corner step myself, I swear to God. Do I need something behind it too? What all do I need to place the corner step? Do I need something behind it? Or underneath it? No,
Because the
right?
barrel's actually the similar color to the shutter thing. But
Yeah.
nothing really really accessible right now. The thing that matches this is is it dark oak trapdoors matches nice,
Mm,
but we're not going to find dark oak. Oh, I am not
maybe that's
going.
what I need to do. Oh. Okay.
I think I did swallow a plastic tine from my, and it got stuck in my throat. I can feel it moving.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Could you
what?
please place another corner stair for me? Because I can't do it
Yes.
again.
Oh, yes. The shelves. It's like Harry. So you go here, then you gotta face that way.
Do I? But I literally did that like 3 times. It's fine. It's fine.
You
It's fine.
try. You gotta face this way, and hit that corner.
Wait, let me just look at your screen again. Do it again. That. Okay, I'll try.
Yep.
Oh, nice. It was because I was standing here, I think. Or I keep
Yeah.
I'm
This
looking at your screen, so I'm forgetting you can't see mine.
it's
I was standing.
weird. Angles are weird.
Yeah.
What about like an andesite pillar?
I don't usually like these things, but let's see what it looks like. Because we do have the cobblestone house. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. What? My my phone was on its wireless charger and it just totally like fell apart and dropped my phone.
Your
Okay.
wireless charger no more.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like the plate covering the like coil that actually charges your phone like came off with my phone.
Pat, please donate money to buy another wireless charger. Pat usually doesn't do that.
Yeah, well, as a resident member of the chat, usually I don't think I would either.
How's this?
It's like no. I dislike it. What if you did like cobblestone fence posts? You know what I mean? Pillar up to like
Yeah,
something else. Up to something else. I'm unsure.
I could do. So I'm like really into this andesite. So we could
Maybe
do.
if you decorate it and I like it, it's fine. But my immediate feeling was that I didn't like it.
Okay, I guess we're too poor to afford a stone cutter, so I'm gonna make the
The other
outside
village
stairs.
that we were at had a stone cutter. I swear.
Up,
How far away
up,
was that? I can't
up.
even.
Up.
Oh my gosh, the pool is done. It just needs
To
pool.
support.
It just needs pool.
Oh, it's getting it gets worse before it gets better. It gets worse before it gets better.
Oh my god.
It's
First peg leg is holding up our pool.
wait. There we go. How's that?
Maybe you can delete the dirt. You can get rid of the dirt blocks to see if it looks better, because I can't envision. The stairs did make it a little bit better. It's kind of blending into the bottom of the pool, though. It's like the stairs.
Wait,
But...
let me give you a little bit more.
Okay. I'll let you cook. I'm gonna.
Maybe spruce fence instead.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be a fat pillar.
It doesn't feel like it's thick enough to support, though.
Yeah, like 100%. I'm with you on that. Maybe with the cobble instead of the because that seems sturdier.
Yeah.
I just mean instead of the
andesite.
Well, the bottom needs amended.
Okay. I'm getting cobble. I'm getting cobble. Now the truth is exposed down here that I didn't.
That you didn't. Oh.
Yeah. We're just poor on resources. Like we don't have a lot of blocks to work with.
We haven't like actually like gone out and done much. Build.
Yeah.
That looks. It doesn't. I think it looks good. I think it's fine. It looks better than before.
I think you're lying.
Wait, hold on. My phone is. There we go. The top looks good. What does the bottom look like? Maybe instead of the logs do the like it kind of looks weird from the side. Maybe if you covered it kind of looks weird from the side.
Yeah.
I think it's because the log is dark and we have the bottom of the pool, which is like
this?
white.
This is what it was before.
Yeah. That might be better.
Oh.
It's growing on me. I do like the cobble more than the andesite, so sorry to say.
The peg leg. Maybe it just needs to be like straight cobble.
Maybe.
I mean, it looks like the pool was falling, and you put the there, and you like you just like put a bunch of rocks and like propped it up. Which I mean is a vibe, but I don't know.
That looks a little too fat. Maybe that corner on the top we put another like cobble post with a lantern on it. And then it'll tie it together. You know what I mean? On
Yes.
top. Oh, it sounds like the boys have left. Let me see if Lucy wants to see the house. Lucy is occupied.
What could she be doing that's more important than looking at the house that she contracted?
I think she's brushing her teeth.
Oh. Yeah.
Lucy!
That is
She just
important.
came out. Oh, do you want to see the house? I'm building the pool right now that you requested. I love. Yeah, so wait, hold on. I made it. It's a second floor pool, and it's on the outside. It's like imagine a moat, but on the second floor. And this is the lanai.
There's no water in the pool yet.
There's no water in it yet, but there's going to be water in it. Okay. But this is the first floor, so you can see.
Oh wow, it's very nice.
That
Yeah,
sounds
and-
sarcastic. How's that? Okay, wait. Oh, no.
We're trying to figure out what to do about this post because it looks bad. It's been looking bad.
Time to sleep.
Let's see. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna die, huh? Let me see. It's just like giving peg leg, honestly, still. I meant like I meant like keep the actual corner of the thing, the wood, and then put
Oh, wait,
cobble
I'm back.
on top of it.
I was sleeping with my door open. Okay. This is living on the edge, just sleeping with my feet towards the door. Yeah. You like my terraforming? I terraformed this area here.
Yeah, he did a good job on the outside.
This path, it goes here, it passes the peg leg, then it comes up this way, then
Yeah,
and I
I
also-
like this corner is my favorite. The other corner that doesn't have a peg leg.
I built this retaining wall
Maybe that's what you
too.
need to do. Maybe you just need to tower up the corner like the other side is, you know? So then it seems like the mountain is holding.
Yeah.
Oh no, your path is kind of involved.
Why does
though.
it have to look like that?
Yeah, this is what we're trying to fix.
The peg leg? Oh, I don't know.
Is that necessary?
Well, no, I mean technically no, because there are no physics, but like you can see that this corner is like floating and it's gonna be containing like water, so it looks kind of weird. Like
Wait, it
this is
looks good now.
no corner support. The dirt shouldn't be here also, by the way.
I think it's fine actually.
Without it, it
Yeah.
is kind of skinny, so maybe it just looks like a
It's like
overhang.
an overhang, yeah.
It's a hidden pool. Oh my god, kind of fun.
I kind of
You
like the
can't touch this pool at all.
Yeah.
pillar though.
We should do the stair thing though. I liked the stair thing you did with the instead where I'm deleting all these dirt blocks.
Awesome. Lucky I have a bunch of
Great.
stairs.
Beautiful.
I tried my new medicine.
What's that?
You
And
tried
then
what?
My new
that?
medicine.
Like that?
Yes.
And then
What
cut this
is-
off.
Okay, bye, ladies.
Goodbye.
It looks a little weird.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe wait, hold on. Oh yeah, wait. But then I need one more thing up there.
Don't mind that. That's not supposed to be there.
Maybe this is a little better? I don't know.
Just don't look up. No, that looks. It looks smooth.
Yeah?
I mean, to be fair, you're not supposed to have a pool that goes around your house like this anyway on the second floor.
But who's the boss of us? No one. It's fine.
That's why we're not able to conceptualize it because it like doesn't exist.
Yeah. Cute.
Boring task of removing dirt without a shovel.
This does, I realize, look weird. Oh.
Yeah. It does.
Oh, I fixed it. It looks way better. Okay. Not the corner. This thing here.
If I
Now
do
there's no weird thing poking out anymore.
that, then I didn't need to. That bad? I think that looks okay. We also could just leave it as a floating edge. Oh, that barrel's expensive. Don't leave that barrel on the ground. I can't leave that barrel. Oh, my inventory's too full. Um,
I have room.
my inventory's so full
I
of.
got it. I snagged. Mm-hmm.
Is that better?
Oh, I was like trying to jump over it. See.
I feel like we've done this iteration before.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe it would be better if there were cobblestone stairs around the bottom to make it like not the same. Like it's like too flush with the wood is what I think makes it look weird. You know? So like, so like cobble stairs on either side, like around the bottom, maybe.
Wait, I don't have cobble stairs. I have cobble stairs now.
You need a corner.
That? Or should I leave this one? Maybe this one should stay.
Maybe stay wood. And then also maybe a corner stair. Maybe the corner stair would be too much, actually. Kind of good. That's better.
My pathway.
You can get rid of it, and you could also put like a fence post there with a lantern on it. Could also be. I have one extra lantern in my inventory right now.
I'm going to. It can stay like this. I just
Oh
have
yeah,
to.
that was better with the stone in the ground.
My path will come this way.
I'm looking at your screen, forgetting that I can like just look at mine.
Path will come this way.
Oh. Should I put fences around this pool, like so spiders can't get in? Because they can
Nah.
get in on the tree, right? Or can they jump over fences?
They can't climb.
There's just a tree really close to this.
They can't climb up this way.
Okay.
They might be able to climb here.
Right.
Nah.
This needs to be.
One or two spiders isn't the end of the world. We can always just fight them off.
Not very good at fighting. But this was actually it's definitely not on hard mode because I killed something really easily.
Yep,
Really easily
me
earlier.
too.
So I went into a cavern with literally 0 equipment and none of the mobs looked at me. So definitely not on hard mode.
I don't know how you did that other side.
Oh, I can do it again. I used a half slab.
Yeah, this corner looks nice. And it's just like
Yeah.
kind of propped up against the wall here. That makes maybe
Cool.
yeah, I'll
So I
remove
just put half slabs.
like that. Kind of like
Yeah. Wait, I need to see the other side again. Okay, that's what I did. I just almost stripped the logs again.
I have to carry extra wood with me.
What's with the bell on the ground?
Oh, when I made this
Oh,
pathway up, when I made this
the bell was
pathway up, there is a bell right here, so I had to take little to Ray here.
almost night. I'm gonna close my door. Oh,
Yep. Good, 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 good. And I like how I can jump into the pool from up. I can't. I can almost.
I mean, we want to make sure that the mobs can't get in, so maybe we should make it so that no one can jump in.
Yep. Never used. Oh, it puts all the items, not just one. Like frame.
Oh, you can put. Whoa.
Yeah, it's
a
like
functional.
actual. It's actually functional, but I mean, it's also a nice like healing
You
block.
should put your emerald in there.
My emerald. Could like split it into 2 stacks. Emeralds. And then this gunpowder. This potion of water breathing.
Yeah, the water breathing potion's cute.
Okay, now we have to fill the pool.
Yeah. I left a source block of water under the house somewhere.
Oh, I filled it in.
Oh, beauteous.
I saw it and I said, "Oh, this looks like it needs to be filled in." It looks like an intentional source block, but I think I need to fill it in.
I just knew that we were gonna have a pool, and I was like, I don't want to walk a long way for water, but if you're doing it, I don't really care.
I do it. I've done horrible tasks in Minecraft. This is nothing. It's just a little weird because some of these are slabs, so
Like, I feel like we need fence posts around this for sure. I just realized that the water being up there, like, if you bob out of it, you're just gonna fall off the edge. But I have a lot of, I made fence, so I can use mine. No one can see the top of the house, so we don't need to care about the corners.
what the heck?
What the hell? Oh, I only have 8 fence posts left. Do you have fence posts, perchance?
Is water flowing down? Oh, it is. Fence posts. I have Bruce. I have
Beauteous.
12. Get them?
We will need more.
Oh, I have 12 to start with.
I only had 6.
It's tragic. What's going on here?
What the hell?
Oh.
Is it because they're half blocks?
Yes, but also
They just
no.
need the water.
I think I'm just bad. Okay, I'm not as bad anymore. That knocked. Oh my god, that put water down here. And it killed my firefly bush. I don't get it. Oh, and it killed all my plants too. I hate it. I hate it here. Oh my god, my plants. Okay. Water is weird.
I like the pumpkin arch.
Thank you. Okay.
Put
Pool.
this torch here. Why is it just chilling there? Maybe I should have done the walls upstairs as glass panes and not glass. I don't know. I have a lot of glass. I might as well attempt.
Oh, it's a pool.
Oh, it's pool. Love.
That's actually really fun. They should make houses like that.
Right? So good. I don't know what to do about the corners up there.
It's a little
Because just
leaky.
doing the fence post feels weird. Oh, because I have the half slabs, but I wanted to give it like as much height underneath as possible, so that way.
I think the leaking
didn't
is
have-
fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
It's just, you know,
It's watering your plants.
we're gonna have to. The chlorine water is watering the plants. Maybe I should kill the grass in the here.
I also we can like hang lanterns and stuff down there, so then it looks like a little pathway with purpose. I want to make lanterns.
Why is there a
What else
dirt
do
pillar in the corner?
because I needed to get up there to do stuff on the roof, so it doesn't need to be there. I'm thinking about making those glass walls panes instead of glass.
I always like glass panes more than glass.
Yeah, like after I did it, I was like, ooh, actually, I forgot that that's how glass looks like in Minecraft.
I'm creeping along this tunnel. I'm creeping along this crevice here, like shark. Yeah, this pool's a little dangerous because I could just like come out of the water and just fall off the side here.
Yeah, I know. Well, on the other side, I have a fence.
Oh right, I was
I
supposed
just
to make more fence. Okay. 33. What does this look like? That doesn't look like anything special.
It blends in. You could put a log there. It would be more visible.
That wasn't so bad. Now it's safe. You also put glass panes out here if you wanted to.
Oh, so true. You could. Maybe
You want me
that's
to
what we
break
do
the
in-
glass?
Oh, sure.
I love breaking glass.
I can place the panes while you break the glass.
There's nothing that can be done. It would just break.
Ah! Oh my god, I forgot this was a staircase. Should I make the roof glass as well? Because that's what I was thinking.
Do we need a roof?
Well, I mean, it is our home. I want a roof.
Yes. Maybe, yeah. Kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like a pool
Wow.
vibe, so it'd be good if it's pretty open.
Yeah. I wish you could put panes as the ceiling and not like full glass blocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
They don't have like
unfortunately, that.
the next best thing would be like glass trapdoors, but we don't have those either. Oh, there's a creeper. Creeper.
That's an option.
No, not in vanilla. Aha,
Oh, okay.
aha. Where are you going? Aha, no, please. No, no, I was so far away. It's the battle zone, so I'm not gonna fill that hole in. I saw a zombie up here too. Oh, it like changes directions. Whoa! As you walk, it starts to spin, and then it becomes an actual. What? That's weird. So first it points, you walk, and then it tips over, and then it drops like you're actually gonna spear them. I see. Okay. Let's see.
What are you
There's an
doing?
open part over here.
Yeah, I know. I was doing the middles last.
Okay.
I'm not really good at using the controller instead of a mouse yet, and so I don't want to miss.
Okay. I see.
The hitbox for the glass panes are really skinny.
Yeah.
Glass roof time. Oh, I need to get more glass from downstairs.
Can't eat my potatoes when I have a spear in my hand. Wait, is a
Could you check
javelin
the
different than a spear?
What'd you say?
Is a javelin a different weapon than the spear? No, there's just no javelin. I thought I heard people calling it a javelin.
Did you take some glass panes?
Nope.
Or not glass panes, glass blocks.
Maybe I
Earlier.
put them in my chest because I was moving.
If
Because
not, I can
I
make more, but I just
Oh, I
I
have.
don't want
Yeah,
to.
I took them because there was no space.
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you.
Maybe there's more glass in this chest. Nope.
I took the other ones already, so that's why I was just checking. Oh my god, the staircase. I keep forgetting about it. Oh, I want to show Lucy the finished pool. Finish the pool, Lucy. Okay, so we got here. Pool. I haven't put things in the corners yet, but and you can swim. Oh.
When's the VOD scheduled for? You can swim like this, like a you can.
Look how fast he's going. It's so fun.
I can swim and I can pull out my spear. I'm like a shark.
It's like a lazy river.
Yeah, that's why I was like it's saying lazy river.
Oh, wow, and there's a like a
Four Seasons room.
You can even put a boat in it and like lazy river around.
Yes.
You got a boat in the pool? Where did you get that? You guys are crazy.
I made the boat could stay. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah.
We can keep the boat in there.
It's
I'm down.
aesthetic. It's like Venice. On the roof.
On the second floor.
Yeah, Venice on the roof. Wow.
Venice, but
That's even more-
cyberpunk.
Even more than I dreamed of.
Yeah, we will.
That's amazing.
So you should try Minecraft.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh, can you shut my door? Thank you. What should we do for the corners? Should I just do a wood block?
Let's have the audience decide.
Should I do another one of these closed off wood blocks that doesn't have like the top part and then a lantern? Or maybe a cobblestone pillar and then a lantern? There needs to be light at least.
Yeah. Why doesn't it connect?
Oh, maybe not then.
I think yeah, it's just the lantern by its I don't feel safe.
Yeah, no.
I'm skinny. I guess I'm a skinny legend.
Yeah.
I guess I'm skinny enough to like fit through.
Whoa,
here.
what was that?
So, oh, there's arrows now. Arrows. Oh, those are the direction.
You were showing your hit boxes.
The directionality of the
Face. No.
players.
Where the
The
player is
entity.
aiming.
Well, I did. That's a new. That's not in older version.
Okay, I don't like this here. Maybe we just do another wood block. Oh my god, I forgot there was no pillar.
Wait, does that for all entities? Yeah. What the heck? That's irritating. There's got to be a setting I can turn off, right? You know that.
Yeah, it said hitboxes hidden, hitboxes shown, like you pressed a button.
Oh, sorry. I meant
It's
the this like arrow, this vector. I think that's like that's probably like the direction that the entity is facing, but I don't know why um item drops need to have
Right.
like they pick them up more readily if you're I don't know. F3 it's F3B. Which for me is pressing 3 keys because my keyboard doesn't have function.
What was I about to do? Oh, I remember. The corners. Ew. I don't like that either. Maybe a barrel?
Yeah, we need some bench down in here.
Yeah, for sure. Barrel kind of looks weird being attached to, but I like it. Isn't the sunset pretty in the Four Seasons room?
Yeah, it's a bench too. I have a bench. Sit on this bench, watch the sun.
Love.
But I kind of like the corners now, so I can jump off here easily and go to my bed. Available at 7 a.m. But then when am I gonna watch it? I'm gonna have to watch it in the middle of my quantum computing seminar.
I mean, it's informal somewhere at least. 9:30. I totally forgot it was gonna be at 9:30 in the morning.
Why? Why would they do
Just I
that?
don't know, like right?
They should not schedule anything before noon.
Right. The topology qual like when to meet was sent out. And I looked at everyone, I was like, can you guys do me a favor and say that you're not available before noon? We can't
I
have too many people.
I didn't even look at it yet. I'll put like I'm available at 7 a.m.
Dude, the earliest is 9 a.m.
That's too early.
It is
It's
too early.
summer.
How do you make a barrel again?
You'd put it's 2 columns of planks, and then the top and the bottom are slabs.
Oh. Okay. Need 3 more.
I hear crinkling sounds in my ear.
Hmm?
I had this like static in my ear.
Not ideal.
Oh well. It's raining. Was it thunderstorming? Not bad. Then you can put like your snacks
Yeah. I just finished making the other barrels.
while you eat in the pool.
Now we just need 3 more lanterns. We need lots more lanterns, actually, would be ideal. Oh, that's not right. I didn't even know you could place a barrel this way.
Yeah, it's depending on the way you're. Yeah, I think also the actual handle
The
is
actual...
directional.
Oh, true.
I don't know. Nobody cares about that.
We're putting a lantern over it anyways. Fine.
3 more lanterns.
Yeah, and then we should probably also put lanterns on these posts. I would desire a ton more lanterns.
Oh no! Oh my iron! Oh my iron! My iron stores.
Did you make a mine? Did you build a mine, or did you like?
Oh yeah, check out this mine here.
Cause I can mine. I dig mining.
Come this way.
Oh, I forgot that I can like. I keep forgetting about this little bar that shows me where you are. Oh, I need to have pickaxes first. Hold on.
Wait, we're going mining. Shouldn't we like be sleep
Yeah, true.
Wow.
I need to not have so many things in my inventory if I'm gonna go mine. I'm like over capacity right now. There they are. I built 3 chests and then I forgot about them and I never used them.
Perfect.
Right. No, I'm not gonna do this here. I just immediately was like, actually, I'm gonna be really annoyed if I put this chest here.
Okay, you put it inside.
Yeah. My brain just saw your chest outside and I just went to go put another chest down somewhere. And I was like, wait, no. Inside. I'll put it here under the stairs. Sure. One thing that's really annoying about doing this on the Steam Deck is emptying my inventory is really slow and annoying on the Steam Deck. I don't... There's no good control for it.
Have to just cursor up to it and click it.
Every time, yeah.
Okay, I have put the the lanterns in the corners. You also want lanterns on top of here.
Yeah, that would be
Okay,
good.
there you go. I have
Yeah.
2 lanterns remaining. Or 1 lantern remaining. One of them just got eaten by an unseen
We do need
force.
lights inside. Right, presumably.
I think it's okay.
We'll have to see what it looks like at night. Sorry, my chair is really loud.
I don't know what the light level is. Bug F3 plus F6. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Oh right. Oh, what? What? What the
What is
heck?
going on? Oh, that's the light. How far away it is from the light sources, right?
This is new.
This is fun.
Oh
What
my.
are you supposed to be telling us?
Hmm?
What are the numbers?
Oh, it's a light level.
Oh, that's why the lower when you're further away. Got it.
Wait,
Got it.
this is crazy. I didn't know that they had this.
What did you press for that?
F3 and then F6 to edit, and then I did light level.
Whoa, there's so many options.
Visualize block light levels in overlay.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe if it's always, then if I turn off F3, no? I press an overlay. I don't know what. Oh. Um. Yeah, maybe always. Oh yeah. So now it's like. Oh, this is. And it's a big fat 0. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
why is
good.
the 0 thing?
That means that mobs can
Oh, 'cause
spawn
it's
here.
in.
This is really cool. This is
This
really
is fun.
useful.
I keep forgetting that I'm like putting things into my chest right now because I keep looking at the stream.
That means we need a torch here. We need a lantern there. Anywhere where they never stop is bad.
Well, I want to make chain, and then we can hang lanterns from the awning.
Wow, this is a really cool thing they've added. No, that's gonna get annoying too.
copper. Okay. Oh, there's two in there? Oh, the sun's about to set. Oh, you're already sleeping. One sec, I'm grabbing something.
Do that, or maybe when I was eating something, I like cut my UV. That feels like it's.
Ah. I just felt that when you said that, sorry. um, maybe I don't have that. Okay.
So raining.
You know, we could destroy this house and steal its cobblestone if we wanted to. The mossy cobblestone. Because
Oh
it has
yeah,
mossy.
yeah, for sure. I mean, it'd be good if we could find what is the a lush cave at some point.
Yeah. There's probably some in the cavern. I have the cords if you desire.
Oh, I saw a lot of caves down there, but I'm
It was a big cavern. It had a lot of offshoots, and I did not look at them.
probably just connected to the cavern that I found as well,
Mm.
which I just ignored. Well, I went to the nearby place, like the iron, then left. Oh, that's what I should have done. I blew up this house. I should have picked up the mossy cobble before I blew it up. Oops. But I should have picked it up. TNT doesn't destroy blocks anymore, but I just like I don't need any of these. Left them. Before, mossy cobble used to only come out of dungeon or mob spawners, but now it's easier to get. Before it was like a real rare item to build with. Now there's like
Yeah.
multiple ways to craft it. I think.
Yeah, because this front of our house would look better if it had moss. For sure.
Also, I will move the farm at some point next time, probably.
I feel like if we just made it like longer and skinnier, like and kept it in front of our house, you know what I mean? But made it so that it's not like it's like proportional to our house.
Yeah, it's just because it right now it kind of like makes this walkway too small. It'd be
Yeah,
nice
so
if
like
it
making
was.
it like skinnier,
Yeah.
but then like wider.
But we can also move it and like take down this house now.
True.
And then
Or we can make this like we can make this like our food storage shed also.
also we can take down this house here. I'm just living in it for now.
Oh
This
yeah, I
one
was gonna
is
mine. Where's the mine?
over here in the nether, in the pumpkin nether.
The pumpkin nether. Got you.
Yes, it's Minecraft. I've been I've been playing literally everything besides Minecraft, even though my Twitch bio says that I mainly play vanilla Minecraft. I've been playing everything else.
Why are we going backwards?
I'm going backwards.
Oh.
I was talking to
No,
you
I
and
know
I
you
was.
were going back. Oh, I see. I was like, you were going backwards, so then I started going backwards.
This is the level that I'm mining for iron, but if you want to get diamonds, you might have to go further down.
Iron is what I was looking for. So,
Why?
which way have you gone?
I
Oh
went
wait, I
in
can
both
see the mini map.
directions, and then I hit cave. So
Oh,
there's
I'm scared to hit cave, so I'm gonna purposely avoid cave.
okay.
Very smartly with my mini map. There's cave in both directions.
Yeah.
Should I start strip mining like make this like a hallway and
Sure.
strip mine out?
You can do whatever you want. I just came down to this level. I just went in a straight line till I found a cave and I found some. And
Oh, I guess it is easy mode. Maybe I can go into a cave. I'll go
except
into a
those
cave.
caves that are at the end of the tunnels are ones that I already
Oh,
Oh, I explored the nearby things.
There's one a couple levels down.
Also, to answer your question, I might put this VOD up on my YouTube channel, my Minecraft YouTube channel, and I don't want to associate my face with the my Minecraft channel. And another reason is that my light is broken. So my room is dark. So it's kind of weird looking. That's the other reason. Like if I wasn't playing Minecraft and thinking about posting the VOD, then that would be my excuse. But my excuse for not having face cam because I'm playing Minecraft is I don't think that Minecraft gameplay on YouTube should be tied to like because it takes me out of the Minecraft Let's Play if I see some, honestly. And I think it's okay if there's a PNG tuber in the corner because it's kind of just like I mean it's literally made off of my Minecraft skin, so yeah, like people will be making their YouTube tutorial or something, and then they just like switch to a view of them and their streaming setup, talking like, whoa, 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 what is this? I thought you were a Minecraft dude. Have you been playing Path of Exile 2 with everybody else? Oh, you probably had to work today, right? I feel like a lot of you guys had to work. Not state employee. That's fine.
Oh, I'm out of torches. And I didn't bring any coal. Good.
Need coal?
Good. Yeah.
I can bring you coal.
Thanks.
I'm literally just walking around. I'm hitting my head. I'm hitting my head. I didn't think I would hit my head. I thought it would be like, ow, ow, ow. Yeah. I'm gonna fix it. Here you go. Take all that coal.
Thanks.
Uh,
I also really want to, like, if I'm crafting a bunch of things, I can't just, like, you know how there's a shortcut when you're using your computer so that you can just, like, craft the whole stack? I have not made one of those for the Steam Deck yet. It's really annoying. Tedious.
like the old days. Oh, I guess I'm done. The pickaxe broke. Oh, so much faster. Take out this.
I haven't found anything.
Honestly, caving is the new method. I guess you just mine at this.
I said that and I immediately found something.
Nice. That works
Oh,
too.
it's a mini cave, I think.
There we go. That's the fast sprinting into the tunnels that I. The bees.
Oh, it was a cave.
No bees. I'm a pacifist, and like in this world, I don't harm animals, and not really harming them, but keeping them locked up is also kind of against my code of ethics on this server. So I can't really do much with, unfortunately. I think it's okay to shear sheep, but I can't like keep them locked up and shear them. I have to go shear them in the wild. Or wait for somebody else to do it and then just use the resource. It is nighttime.
Oh, that's what I forgot to bring, a bed. Okay, one sec, I'll be up there.
Lucky it's easy to sprint up the stairs now.
I'm not gonna hit my head.
Nope.
Amazing.
Wait. Let's sleep and I'll tell you the goal.
Well, I have to get upstairs. Ooh, I can hear zombies. Whoa, what is that? I can see something crazy on my mini map. We're gonna have to figure that out later. Okay.
Thanks. So the goal of today was to build a house. And that goal was accomplished. The requirements of the house was it needed to have a pool on the second floor, and there is a pool on the second floor. It goes around in a circle. But also another one of my goals is to not stream for till too late because I have something tomorrow morning. Infinity, is it Infinity Pool? I'm not really is that what it's called?
Isn't the infinity pool when the water is like right up to the edge of the pool and it overlooks like a big body of water, so it looks like the water goes on forever, right?
Maybe. Yeah.
It's like a lazy river.
But like it's like right at the edge of it's made to look like it doesn't have an edge or something. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
But this one there's a border, so I'd say it's more like a lazy.
If we did it out of glass, maybe, and we didn't put the fence on top.
But also I don't want to fall off while I'm swimming, so.
Yeah, the fence is necessary for safety.
And then I did the outside. I terraformed a bit. That's what I do. I'm better at terraforming. I built this farm first of all because I can't harm animals. And then I terraformed this thing. Put this retaining wall there. I also got iron. Creeper! Creeper, 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 creeper. Danger. Oh, it despawned. Cool. Oh no, it didn't despawn. It didn't despawn. It was just hiding. Come here. I don't really like why this. Okay, I got it. Scary.
Oh, it's so much better now that I'm not hitting my head.
Yep.
Oh, it's probably. I see.
But yeah, now at this point, I'm just I'm not doing anything, honestly. I'm just walking around.
I'm trying to support our cause and find iron so that we can make a lot of lanterns.
I mean, no, I can't. It goes
You can
against
decorate
my
the inside of the house. I'm bad at the inside of the house.
it goes against my code of ethics. Also, we don't have any interior design things. We don't have bookshelves. We don't have.
Oh my gosh, I can hear a skeleton. I'm gonna die.
We're so poor.
Oh my god.
We're so poor. Oh, this is a very interesting way of organizing a chest.
Yeah, well, remember how I said I have to do everything one by one?
Oh, whoa.
I was listening to the stream. I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing.
This is awesome. People would be so confused. I mean, it looks pretty good. I think it's nice. The interior looks nice.
The top floor. Oh well, I guess it does look better. The shelf really helped it. I'm not gonna lie. Before it looked like a cave.
Should we put a window?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's why I said it looked like a cave before. No window in sight.
Where's a good place for a window?
Maybe the sides?
Side here?
Maybe put the window in from the outside, so that way you can tell it's not a weird place.
You can go
Oh yeah, I guess there
here.
would be fine. Maybe all the way up to the top. Then it's like kind of lacking. And doesn't the cobblestone look kind of sparse in the front? I was thinking windows on the sides, maybe.
Windows and sides, maybe here.
Yeah. The pool, the pool, the pool, the pool.
Maybe.
I was like, you should put the windows in from the outside. So
Nah.
that way you know it's safe.
Oh, this is not bad actually. I kind of like it with the overhang.
Yeah. It makes it so that the bottom is already wood, so then having wood at the top makes it feel right on the inside. Oh, it looks fine from the outside. It looks like a purposeful, not like a pool. I don't know if I'm brave enough for this cave, but we're gonna go for it. I'm crouching.
Do we need window here, or can we just leave it open air?
I would say window or bars. I have panes in the. I have glass panes in the chest.
I think.
Oh, there's iron right there. Oh my god! Not 4 skeletons right here. What are the odds?
Oh yeah, that doesn't look bad.
Kill each other. Heck yeah, kill each other.
Then you can table here. Cool. Maybe like a cat. Look, mutton! I can't eat this. Steak! Oh no!
Oh my gosh, I found so much iron in this cave. Actually, amazing. You're right. Going into the caves is the way.
Yeah, caving is the new meta. Or actually, it's been the meta, but
Yeah, we're also on like easy mode, so so caving is not as scary as usual. Oh, is that bedrock? I didn't.
For like a wall. Oh.
Huh?
A wall in the house.
A wall in the house. Um, I dislike that.
Then it's a little bit tight on this side.
You could do a
I need
glass pane. Oh.
I need an axe. Okay, thanks for tuning in. Goodbye. Have a nice day at work tomorrow. You don't like this wall?
Yeah, take that down. The room is too small to have a wall in it, frankly.
Go here. But if I double the shelves.
Ooh. I don't like the the room is too small for it though. You know?
The room is
I
too
would disagree.
small. I will input the table here.
Whenever I go to build houses in Minecraft, I always make them like huge. So I feel like anything you add inside that room is gonna make me feel like it's tiny. Oh, I'm fine.
This way.
Oh. Found redstone. Do you want gold? Should I be mining it?
Yeah, gold is good.
Have they made a use for copper yet? Like I know you can do things with it.
Yeah,
But,
there's like the lightning rod and there's the copper golem. Oh wait.
uh,
Copper golem.
oh, whoa. You've done things. That looks cool. The bench. I dig.
I made the bench. I stacked the ferni.
It looks nice.
Um
The ferni.
I mean another cheat is to put in a lot of barrels.
Well, I like the table. It looks good.
You can put in like barrel.
And then also storage, you know?
A fridge?
No, I said, and then it's also storage, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of just like storage. City, you have that shit. And then should probably stop playing.
So true. I think I'm gonna have a second dinner after this. And then I'm gonna sleep. Probably too late. But I will sleep this time.
Very good.
Yes. Maybe I'll steam dumplings. Sounds yummy. Oh my gosh. I think I'm about to run into like a huge cavern. Oh, it must be on a different floor. Oh, I mean,
Where'd the other shelves go? Oh, I used them as a table legs.
Fine.
Here.
Wonder how far away I've gotten. I guess I did go through that mine, or through the cave for a bit, so maybe not that.
The shelves are just like a little bit greenish. Because they're made out of the stripped logs,
Mm.
which makes them a little bit disturbingly green.
I think they look okay. Because they're on the wall. And I feel like if they were the same color as the floor, it would be too much. Long, it looks good. See, I'm really bad at doing interiors. I always end up making
Oops.
really cool outsides of my houses, and then it's just like empty on the inside.
I'd rather do interiors than. I like my interiors like really clumped up, like pretty hectic.
like that too.
Oh, that was the wrong that was the wrong block. Thought it was half block. Ugh.
Oh, is it night?
Oh, yeah, it is night.
Shit, am I gonna die? No, I'm gonna be fine. Oh, I've already brought my bed down there anyways, but...
I think. Oh shit! It's a zombie. I'm moving. I'm moving in. I gotta. That was too scary.
Where? I just realized we did build this house, but it's not a house, because where are we gonna put our beds? Maybe the sunroom?
or like out here.
They should be perpendicular, orthogonal to the wall.
Yeah. I'll sleep like behind this shelf. This wait no, that's a bench. I can sit. I'll sleep there.
Wait, but what about me?
Um,
The bench is off center, which I don't love.
but that's not centered because I put my bed over there. You
Then
can,
should I be here?
yeah. Wait, but then if you like sit and face the sunset, then your like feet are like like stepping all over your bed. Like you can go out here. You could be out here.
You want me to be out?
Um, little covering.
What the
You can
heck,
go
bro?
under here. You can have
Should we
that.
make a third floor?
You can have that spot. I'll go. I mean, I could go like right here.
I feel like this is a bad spot. I don't want. Oh yeah. I mean,
So we need like a wall here, so you can make like a. But there's actually no space for bedrooms.
or should we have a third floor?
We can make a basement,
True. We should do. I love a basement.
and then you don't actually have to make
I have
a.
trapdoors.
in-
I have trapdoors in the chaotically organized thing. Oh, it's not a spiral anymore.
It is still a spiral, isn't it? It just like continue.
No, there were two that were weird. Wait, let's make it a true spiral.
It's just hard to make it a third floor because there's
Yeah,
kind of
let's
like
do a
an
basement.
open
Maybe
air
it's a good idea.
concept. Okay, basement, but next time. Well, actually, I don't mind it. My bed's just like a futon. You just out and pick it up and.
Yeah. I made it a spiral. On to the next.
Oh man. Oh no, it's starting again.
On to the next one.
Oh, you can't open that anymore? Oh, oopsie.
Yeah, because the half slabs.
They're half slabs? I thought they're full blocks now? Oopsie. What? Oh, What? Wait, what?
It's just too many.
Wait, how was this before I broke it?
It
Messed
was
it up.
just a half slab at the end, at the top. Nope, nope. Half slab like level with the nope. Level with the floor. Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
I couldn't open that? Oh, because I put a half slab here, and that made it into a full block.
Yeah. Wait, is that chest just look like it's stuck open?
Yep.
Why
I
does
wouldn't
it
worry
look
about
like
it. It's
Like,
because
how
when you
did it
open it, it got like
be like
stuck behind the.
Also, what's the torch situation in here?
Torches? um.
The lantern askew on the floor.
Well, I figured you were gonna get chains and dangle it somehow.
Yeah, I do want chains from the ceiling.
So I was just putting it somewhere where you could dangle it from the ceiling, I guess. Okay, wait.
What? Why is there a menu option for the furnace? Why would you ever need that?
There we go.
Just the one where the missing shelf is.
Yeah.
Because I mean, honestly, where else would you put it? I mean, we could put one right here, hanging from here, like
Yes.
over the work.
But we unfortunately only have
Wow,
two
where's the
chains.
barrel?
2 chains? Sorry, not 2 chains. But we actually only have 2 chains.
But over by the bench, you would only need one, so we just need to craft one more. Oh, it closed. The chest.
We also only have 1 lantern.
I'm mining so that we can have more lanterns. That was the goal of my mining trip.
Oh, did you get?
Iron?
Yeah.
I did. I did. I got
Like
I
that?
got iron.
That's nice.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'll move it over one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. To be level with the barrels. Even, not level.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be so I get to design my own room downstairs. I'm happy. It's gonna be awesome.
This is my room.
This wall is like nice, and then it just it just gets kind of bad over here. This yeah, it does kind of give like dungeon these things.
No, it was before we hung that up, and it was just the cinder block wall, and the like there wasn't anything in the room yet. I was like, it just looks like. You know what? It kind of does give dungeon. I think because it looks like almost like railroad tracks, but sideways.
Yeah, and put like torture implements on the back here.
Yes.
Okay.
What was this?
Oh,
The door.
it's a design choice.
Wait, I just noticed the chain above the torch.
I have space in my inventory. So
Wait, what section is the lantern in? There it is. What do I need for that? Oh, I need ingots.
Okay. It's time to
That's
stop
30, yeah.
playing.
Okay.
I'm
Let me
gonna.
make one lantern and then I'll be done.
Okay.
Just because
We
the
have-
torch on the wall.
We have a. How do you? Okay, okay. What's your thoughts on this interior, by the way, Obtuse? Like, this side looks pretty solid, right? And then it it just starts to fall apart. And there's no place actually to sleep. No. Very blacksmith. Yeah. I think it's just like the color scheme and everything. I like the change. We don't really.
Yeah, we matched the vibe of the rest of the village, but we then tore down the village, so like
We don't have much to work with. We're very poor. I even want like books, but I don't know how to get books because I can't kill cows.
I have leather and paper.
Oh, I can make bookshelves? Yes. Bookshelves are such a hack for building for building interiors. Oh. But yeah, we have a quantum computing thing tomorrow. So we're supposed to be well rested because it starts at 9:30. But clearly the well rested is not going to happen because it's already 1.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah, it's 1.
Oh, love that for us.
6 7 6 7 6 7.
What? This guy is sideways.
Wait, now I gotta stay up for another hour, so it becomes 5 to 6 hours.
That's how my brain works too. Now that's correct. There we go.
Six, 7. Sleep. Also,
I
this
put my
server.
bed on the workbench again.
Okay, I heard you take damage. Can't
Why
get
did I
up.
take damage? Oh. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I made the lantern, by the way. It's there.
Oh, nice. This can be moved up 1 now.
Up them?
Yeah.
Why are you? It's so long.
It's a thing. I mean, it could also actually be. Wait, but it wouldn't make sense to put it here because it's on the chains. I don't know why you'd need cable for
Right,
it.
right. Unless it's like to catch. No, because it's got a bottom.
Put the hot embers
Okay,
onto
wait,
the wood.
wait. We could make this another little thing of table.
But we already have a table.
Yeah, but then it makes this lantern being here and the shelves being weird more purposeful. I'm 1 short.
You can also do this kind of table.
I'm 1 short.
That's okay. It looks good. Asymmetrical. You need space to access this.
There are too many asymmetrical things.
I see. You're a very symmetrical builder.
Well, no, it's just the shelves are already asymmetrical and the lantern's not in
Oh.
the middle. And then also the table is not either.
Wait.
It's like too many things.
Wait. Okay, so the table is asymmetrical, but it's because this thing you
Am I
need
gonna make
space to access this. So there needs to be 2 blocks here. So what we do is we shorten the table on this side. Because I don't want to make another spruce trapdoor.
No, I was gonna say we could do a trapdoor here and then have it open, so then it's like flat, like I can't think of the way I want to say this without showing you, and like L
How's
shape
that?
here.
I just for some reason don't want to make another trapdoor.
That's better. What do you even need to make a trapdoor?
6 spruce planks. Not expensive. It's just
Like so doable.
yeah, this is good. Now we just need another. Now we just need a wall. Wait, the wall past here.
I'm putting the paper and
To make the room look
the
so
layering
much more
up.
cluttered.
Whoa, the dirt. What's going on?
Oh, I think Obtuse's homework. Your homework is to think about the 6-7 meme more often. It's such an it's so amazing. Like I don't know. Once you embrace it, it's like it's just like they're just numbers, and everybody loves them for some reason. So nonsensical, which makes it bad too. And when I don't need the table, we just flip it up.
Yeah. I made another trapdoor.
No.
The legs need to go. They're too close together.
Okay, good.
But I was thinking that, or I was also thinking we could do this. Hold on.
Wait, that's what it was like before.
No.
You can also put down the.
For the legs.
Have to place it from
But
this. You place it from this side. It'll make a nice angle
where? How do I?
on
Show
that
me
side
where you're gonna aim on your screen.
over here.
Oh.
Facing this way and on the end of this block here.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe so that's gonna be the right position. You just have to do it 1 block back.
Here, you took it,
I took it.
so you can do it, and I'll watch you do
So
it.
I lied. You actually have to be at this front end here.
Yes.
But it's
There it
done
is.
now.
But it is still uneven.
This is
so
this
I
is this is awesome. Look. Oh, good take. Oh, I'm gonna make my room so asymmetrical and cluttered. There's not gonna be a single 2x2 square that is uncluttered.
I like it.
What happened to the legs?
I took them. Them, I don't... that looks fine.
Okay.
It would be cool if we hung them from chains, but then I realized they were trapdoors, and the orientation is such that that wouldn't work.
You can make it work.
Well, it's because
Also,
would
the
the chain hang all the way down to it or no?
you could make it because you could. Wait. Oh, you maybe wait. I think you can. Just
Because then
the
it could
trap
look like it's hanging to the chain, which is fun. What is going on?
trapdoor can sit at the bottom of this block, so it looks like it's
Oh, so true.
because
Okay.
the trapdoors you can put the trapdoor on the top or the bottom of the block
Right.
like that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But then the shelves would have to move because it can't go through that same block.
Oh, yeah, no. I think it's fine there. Or we could put it on the top of the log block, and then it'd just be a short table. Or it could look like a hanging bench.
Hanging bench.
A swing that can't be swung.
Actually, a hanging bench would look cool up here.
So true, we can make a swing! Hello. Okay. What do we need for chain? Do you have chains? Oh, or...
No, we don't have any more chains. I can make more chains. I guess.
Oh, it does require
I made
iron,
5
which
more chains. Oh, my
Are you making
monies.
chains right now?
Hmm?
Are you making chains right now? Because I was
I
about
made
to make chains.
I made 5 chains.
Already?
Yeah.
A pro. Can I have them? Thanks.
You know what? Maybe I just won't go to the thing tomorrow.
I'm gonna try to go.
Yeah, I will too. It seems like it's gonna be good. It could have been 3 days though, and I could have just
Yeah, I do kind of wish that it was like the only thing we had done was the thing we're probably gonna do tomorrow. That was almost not gonna happen, but
Yeah, I mean, I like the first day, but it's honestly, if you've never heard of quantum before, it's hard to like make sense of anything they're talking about.
yeah. Oh, you're fine.
And for me, it was like I've heard all this stuff before,
Yeah.
and I just skimmed my textbook and was like, yeah, that all makes sense. That checks out. And then the second day was supposed to be hands-on, and the third day was just like, playing a game, which I guess was good for them, but didn't really teach us anything.
Yeah, it didn't teach us anything, but I did have fun, I guess.
I know somebody who didn't have fun.
Yeah, because they lost. Sore loser. Has nothing to do with anything else.
It's time to sleep.
Oh, I just remembered the shelf would be blocking this. So the chain not feasible.
It had moved the shelf. I'm not like I don't really care about the shelf though.
I'm committed to the shelf at this point.
Okay. Ow!
So,
Ow! Oh, it's time for bed.
oh, why are you in my bed? What the hell?
Oh,
Okay.
wait. Hello. Ah, that was painful. So you wake up in the morning, your alarm goes off, and you smack your head on the
Yeah,
thing.
the way to go about it. Yeah. Think it looks good like this.
This is actually like efficient table design for real life because you could like push one side down, and if you need to work at a different angle, you can get into the angle here.
Yeah. Good.
Also, you can hide under the table.
This looks really funny from my POV.
I like this is
Like,
a
you're
cool mechanic they added where you could like become a creep by just like going under a trapdoor. You just have to open the chapter or close the chapter while you're in the same block. Yeah, then you go to swim.
so fun.
It's good for like sneaking into like to get into like one wide holes and
Mm.
well, you never have to do that. There's a
I guess
couple. There's like, some use case. Yep. We could double. It's like a bunk bed.
I think it's crazy that I can do this, but I take damage when I wake up in that bed.
Yeah. I think it's because these are solid blocks now because I put this shelf here.
Yeah. Didn't you say that you need to go?
Yeah.
Did you
That's
commit
time.
to not going to quantum tomorrow?
No, I'm gonna go. I'll do my best to go. I think it's a good opportunity. But I will disconnect
Whoa.
and when I disconnect, I'm gonna disconnect and turn off my server because I have to leave my Safari open to keep the server active.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna read some manga, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna close the server now.
I just exited.
Server. We're not on my $20 per month server, so it's gonna it's a little bit worse. Oh yeah, next time we can have a server tour from my other server. Stream tomorrow. Stream probably tomorrow, unless D&D goes for like 6 hours. I'm a
What's that?
D&D I'm a D&D rat now, by the way. Um, but